Crap. Gang, hello. See, I was sick like 5 days ago now, so my voice still isn't quite up to where it should be, but it's good enough to talk. I just can't really make high tones, and I kind of sound like a teenager. Keep that in mind. It feels like I permanently have dust stuck in my throat or something. It was weird how it started not so bad, and then it got really bad, and like, you know, you think they would be bad first. After the initial sick day, I mean. Anyways, we just entered the water dungeon, and we have our force mode, which is really great feeling. So we got this whole place to explore, where we get our last hollow, and then we're finally able to backtrack through the whole game. We also might check out the force corridor, or whatever it's called, at some point. It's actually been a little over a week. They had me scheduled for like 8 days in a row, and then I was off yesterday, but I really couldn't talk at all. So, you know, we withheld. And this probably still isn't a great idea, but I'm trying. I think I sound fine enough. Jesus Christ. Oh, I never turned the heater off. That's what I'm forgetting. So, let's see. This week I've been playing a lot more Dragon Quest Builders 2. I'm on the final act. I just did like a ton of building prior to that, and I finally decided that I've done plenty of that and moved on to the final act. I'm assuming it's the final act anyways. So we'll have that to talk about soonish. Like, I'm still in the mood to keep playing it. That's what we're doing, trying to beat the game. What else have I done? I feel like I'm supposed to swim somewhere, probably up in this room. Right, Onimusha. I did complete it, kinda. I beat the game once. I'm trying to go through other runs for achievements still. And it's very difficult because I'm combining multiple of the challenges, like no health upgrades, no mana upgrades, and no weapon upgrades all in one. Only orbs. Which isn't so bad for the most part, but for the final boss, it has like a lot of health, even with the OP secret sword. So I need to get the OP secret sword if I'm gonna beat it without upgrading my weapons. Which means I have to do the Dark Realm again. Which you would think wouldn't be so bad when you have healing items available this time, but it's still pretty difficult. The controls are just not good enough to play the game the way that it wants you to. I figured out that you can do critical attacks by like a preemptive or a preemptive attack or a defensive parry. And those attacks will always drop health orbs, but they're difficult to pull off and even more difficult to actually land the attack afterwards because of the tank controls. I just have no idea where I am. I say I knew the critical attacks were in the game before, but I thought they were random. Turns out there's a science to it. It's also really frustrating that there's no way to skip cutscenes. You can skip the pre-rendered ones because those are videos playing. But the in-game cutscenes you can't. It's really annoying. Like, they're not even that good. And you have to listen to them multiple times. And when you die and go to a boss fight again, you have to listen to it again, of course. So that's not fun. Also, the game was like 5 hours long, probably. And I don't know how much they charge for the remaster, probably like 40 bucks or something. That's not worth the money. It doesn't have as much replay value as like a Resident Evil game because there's less costumes and stuff. No upgrades you get aside from the one costume. Also, apparently a leaker like said that the rest of the franchise is dead. They're never getting remastered or ported or whatever. I did, however, learn that the first game was on PC originally. It's abandonware. You can go download it for free. Though it probably won't run very well. But I'm curious as to whether or not that means the other games are there as well. Since they're all four of them are on the PS2, they have to all be abandonware by this point, if that's how it works. I guess I'm too heavy to jump. There we go. Should I just move the mic even closer since I can't talk very loud? I gotta untangle some of the cord, there we go. Right in front of Poppy's face. Speaking of abandonware, apparently sometime, I think in December of this year, they actually ported Blood Omen to GOG. Like Blood Omen 1, Legacy of Kain. The one that has its title backwards. We played that like 2 or 3 years ago now on the PS2 emulator, and like, because it was an emulation, everything was so slow with the menus and stuff, like, playing it on PC seems like the way to go. But I also don't know how to work a DOSBox emulator. I don't even know if that would run well or if it'd be glitchy at all. So, you know, now there's a working version available for sale. I think I bought it for like $2. It's a fantastic game. Go play it. Speaking of other fantastic games, Teams of Homeler Re-Reckoning, the Fatesworn DLC finally came out a few days ago. Which is a post-campaign expansion. It also raises the level cap. So that's pretty cool. It's neat that THQ did it with Titan Quest as well, where they just remastered the game and added new content. And obviously I haven't touched it yet. I still have to beat the base game again. But, you know, I would hope that that would mean that there's, like, plans for a sequel or something. Since they've got a team working on content for the game. Titan Quest actually just came out with a second post remaster expansion this month, I think. I think it's like Norse Realms or something. Which, I don't know, might actually get some attention because of God of War. They went from Greek to Norse as well. I'm curious what the in-game justification is for it. Jeez, more shoutouts. Blasphemous. I think the game we played before this was Dragon Age. I don't remember doing anything else. So, we talked about the last batch of DLCs that came out for it. And these are all free content patches. I shouldn't really call them DLCs. It's just more game. We talked about the last batch. I reinstalled it, played it like 4 more times. And then right as I finished it, they released like a collab with Bloodstained, which I didn't get to check out. But now there's a like complete post-game expansion. Or it's not really post-game. You do it towards the end of the game and then like it changes the final boss, adds another act, a whole new ending that will lead into the sequel. So, you know, I basically have to play it. By the time I was done, they pulled me back in. I really can't. I can't even meme this voice. For the most part, it's where it should be. It's just I can't make high tones. I can't say some specific letters, too. However, every time I do try to say something that, like, I can't audibly hear, my cat kind of freaks out. I think I might be having, like, a dog whistle effect on him. I feel so bad. Just inaudible ear rape. Whoa. Yeah, he's dead. Sick. See, I also signed up for health insurance. Woo. I did it last year too, but I never went to the doctor, so like I kind of feel gypped. So that's probably just gonna like take away my whole tax return or something. I didn't even use it. So I need to make a point to actually use it this year. I'm also like slightly out of the poverty line where I don't have to get like confirmed free. Which is great. It really sucks that some jobs people can get, like, still put them in that. Granted, the ones I signed up for are still free, but that's only because it's within my tax credit allowance or whatever that you get. Whereas with the last one, I didn't even get to see the price. I saw like a smashable barrier down here, and I'm not sure where it's at. We got 2 turntables and a microphone. Yeah, definitely. It's like a secret. Because that put me back behind that door or something. Oh, I never turned on my freaking overlay. There we go. Woo! Ah, dick. While we're shilling for things, the GOG winter sale started, like, yesterday, I think. So, you know, that's ongoing before Steam's winter sale, of course, but also, if you're like me, and you grew up with siblings, and, you know, you could buy a console, it's for all of you, and then every game you get is for all of you, and you think it's kind of bullshit that you're still living with your siblings, but you can't really do that with PC games, GOG is the place for you. Yeah, Steam has the family sharing thing, but what's kind of bullshit about that is if someone's using your library or vice versa, then one of you can't access your games anymore. It's not like they're just picking a game off your shelf or whatever. They'll get booted out of their game if you choose to play one of yours, or you won't be able to play theirs while they're playing. And it's just not quite the same as sharing games like it should be. GOG, however, is all DRM free, so like... yeah, they do have an application you can use to install things, but you don't need it. And you have a completely offline copy, it's yours to keep, and you can give it to a friend on a USB stick if you really wanted to. I know I picked up a collectible, but like that really didn't put me behind that red gate. I feel like I missed something. Guess not. Ooh, an item. It helps if I intentionally talk in like a gruff, gravelly voice. So I might just start doing that. If I start to choke and stuff. I swear the first day when it started I sounded exactly like Norman Reedus. Maybe that's why it got so bad the day after, because I was having fun with that. Oh boy. So for example, I bought the Outer Worlds finally. Haven't played it, but that's something that like my brother is going to want to play. But he always makes the excuse to not play the games that he wants to have, that they're not on his account. And I'm always on playing games. I'm not, alright? Like, I spend a lot of time at work. I'm usually working on his off days. Like, he has plenty of time to play my stuff. He just doesn't because he's an idiot. But in that case, if I bought it on GOG, I can just give it to him. He can play it offline whenever he wants. course, he's still probably never gonna play it because he's an idiot. It's like a cost-sunk fallacy thing, right? If he didn't pay for it, he's not gonna feel motivated to play it. Because, like, he didn't invest anything, he doesn't have to. He's got games that he bought that he didn't play yet. Kinda. He pays for the humble monthly thing, and most of those are mine. Because he doesn't like a lot of indie games. But he still forces himself to play some and not even enjoy it. Because he spent money on it. Yeah, I can't jump high enough for that. Nah. Huh? I'm guessing I have to push something to land on that, or some to that effect. Maybe it'll give me the dun 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 dun. Oh! That sound I love so much. Anybody notice how I actually used the spear for a minute? It just occurred to me that I actually touched it finally. Oh, this is where I was trying to jump to. Coolio. So that's gonna get smacks. Oh, I didn't even notice those. God damn. That's cool and all, but I feel like there's like a secret if I let that spin back around and jump back up there. No, missed opportunity, guys. Come on. There's nothing worse than when you do something that makes you feel smart and it turns out there was no point to it. Woo! Dem bones. The depths of thine anus. Get over here. So last night I was playing Children of Morta with my brother. Let's say one of the games we got from the Humble monthly thing. So he doesn't really like roguelikes. It took some convincing to get him to install it because I told him it was different. He finally did, and it seemed like he enjoyed it. We played like 5 hours straight without noticing. We made a lot of progress. Oh, there's a secret. That's probably how I opened that gate. That's why I came back here. So... let's see, I guess I'll describe it as a sort of Gauntlet clone. Which me and him grew up, you know, co-oping Gauntlet Dark Legacy on GameCube. So I feel like there's probably a bit of nostalgia benefit for him. But in general, he just doesn't like that he doesn't feel like he makes progress in roguelikes, or how you reset the whole game every time you die, and it's just kind of lame. Whereas with some more recent games like, you know, Hades and Wayward Souls, they've added like more story elements to happen between your runs, and like persistent progress, like leveling up your character and stuff in between them. So I thought that would be enough to make him enjoy it, and I guess it is, because it's working. Yeah, basically you play the family called the Bergsons, who I guess are guarding some tree of life or something around a mountain. They're like, you know, it's just peaceful. It's like a Belmont inheritance thing type. But this happens to be a generation that has to actually do their job. The corruption came back.
Feel them, aren't
The Chosen. Shit. So yeah, that's basically what happened. You notice some corruptions happen. They send out the father, John, to do tutorial. And somewhere during that tutorial, his daughter decides that she wants to fight too, so she's an archer. He's a sword and shield man. And those are your first two characters that you start with. You have to play the tutorial alone. The rest of the game can be done co-op. And you go into the basement, and there will be 3 portals that take you into the different world spaces. Each world consists of 3 acts. So you go through the dungeons, they get longer over time, and then you fight the boss at the end, and that's progress. You unlock the next act of that world. So every time you die, you aren't restarting the entire game, you just have to restart whatever dungeon you were currently in. And you can load right in by the act. There are a lot of characters, we haven't unlocked all of them quite yet, but they are all completely unique. They'll have their own roles. And as like a co-op game, it feels very much like the worlds are there to support each other. Especially with like the first pairing of the father and daughter with the bow and the shield. Like the one guy's there to act as a tank, he can sit there in corridors and like block while the other person shoots them all down. His attacks cleave, and that like helps to group the enemies together. So as opposed to something like Gauntlet, where you're just kind of playing together, but like there's no actual team comp, this is very different. And there is team comp, and that feels great. It's good design. In addition to that, all the characters level up separately, and when you hit milestones with their leveling, you unlock like permanent perks that affect all the characters. So you're encouraged to play everyone. Also, kind of like in Darkest Dungeon, characters will get sick sometimes to like force you to not play them for a little bit. Fuck. So again, it's encouraging you to play all the characters, not get used to one thing. And that means that if you have like a preferred character, everyone should ideally get their turn, because you're gonna have to play someone else eventually. So I definitely prefer the little pyromancer girl. That's my favorite character so far. But it's not like I've hogged her. My brother's had a chance to play her, and he's not very good at her, so we decided to I'm her. And Kevin, I kind of suck at, but he's really busted, and my brother's great at him, so like he plays him. He's like the dagger edge lord little brother. And then, yeah, you collect resources that can be spent in the dungeon. Once can be spent at home, back at the house. There's always cutscenes to watch when you die and return home. Kind of like Hades, you can upgrade stuff for the house. Upgrade your health and equipment. You get runes that can augment your skills as random drops, which is a fun mechanic. I wonder if I can break his shield. It definitely seems like the hammer is like staggering him or something.
Out of my way.
The whip isn't fast enough to like capitalize on the attack after I've done a break on him. Ah. seems like the way to go. Let's see, we also, like, we're consistently making progress. The game doesn't feel very grindy, which you think might happen when you add leveling systems and stuff to the game. Like, we've made it through the whole first act. Not first act, first chapter, like the whole first third of the game. And we even made it to the first boss in the next area on our first try with underleveled characters. So, like, we're making progress, we're doing it, we're doing good. And we're having a great time. So I guess I definitely recommend it to people who don't necessarily like roguelikes, but like ideas of roguelikes. And I definitely recommend it as a co-op experience. Also, this boss, he's a bitch. I can't believe he let me die last time. I'm so embarrassed. I can just do this to this piece of shit. This fucking loser. Dingus. And fucking bottom. Fucking pleb. Why is his skull on fire? Who does he think he is? Ghost Rider? Ghost Rider's way cooler. He has a shitty God of War clone game on the PSP. It was actually pretty fun as a God of War clone. Fucking pussy. Cool, well, we have 2 of those now. We should be able to upgrade some of our talismans if I remember to do that when we find Vulgrim again. We also know what to do when we run to that enemy next, so that's good. Unlike those freaking flame golem Ifrit guys. Those ones are always gonna give us trouble. Even though we killed the Chosen for that already. I swear they're just as difficult as the freaking the boss one. Like, come on. Why are they so hard? Can't throw a boomerang underwater because of water resistance. Damn them for being smart. Man. So the Game Awards happened. It kind of just made me realize that I didn't play a lot of what came out this year. Tales of Arise won RPG though, so that's good. Told you it was a fantastic game. But it also kind of got, like, shafted as one of the ones that they just said, alright, this one. And here's a freaking guy we're gonna send up on stage. He gets a trophy in person. Granted, the devs are Japanese. Maybe they didn't have time to come or whatever. But it definitely feels like the show was made to give the spotlight to more, like, mainstream titles to get the attention for the big walk-ups and stuff. Again, I didn't have too much of a stake in it though. Tales of Arise is like the only new game I played this year, I think. Next year we're gonna have Dying Light 2 though, and freaking God of War Ragnarok, I think. The next gen version of Cyberpunk's gonna come out, so I'm finally gonna play that. I actually bought it because it's half off right now. But that's when their first big patch is gonna come out, and the game's not gonna be broken anymore, theoretically. And they'll be able to start working on DLCs and stuff that they've had to push back significantly. I've read a lot about the game, because obviously I want to play it, right? And people are saying since they're just getting it on sale and it hasn't been patched very much, it's really not as bad as everyone said. But it is, of course, still buggy. And, of course, the people who actually played are like, yeah, this game's great, it's just fucking broken. So, ideally, it's gonna not be broken, and then I'll be able to enjoy it. Fuck! Let's see, very surprised that Take-Two won Game of the Year. I'm sure it is very fun, and I've mentioned I want to play it, but probably never will, because my brother doesn't like platformers. But, like, I guess maybe considering that I didn't play much of what came out this year, and, like, the big titles that I can think of are, like, what, the new Battlefield game that's a piece of shit, and, Cyberpunk, which I just mentioned. Considering how, like, bad all the big releases that come out this year were, I guess it's only fair that a good indie game should win, even if it had, like, as EA backing it. Another freaking shocking announcement, though. Warhammer Space Marine 2? I didn't play it. My brother played it, and he said it's trash, but he also liked it, so, like, I guess it's one of those guilty pleasure kind of shitty beat-em-ups. I didn't think it would ever get a sequel. I don't think it sold very well. But alright, cool. I hope that's good. The game had a lot of potential. Like, as an idea, not as the game itself. The game itself is very simple. But I would kill for a Warhammer 40k action RPG. And yeah, I know the freaking Diablo-like ones exist. They're called, like, Inquisitor or something. That's not the kind of action RPG that I meant, though. And it's something more like this. Jeez, I went on a tangent. We also have Elden Ring to look forward to, of course. So that's like, what, 4 or 5 games that I'm looking forward to that are big releases. I'm gonna have a lot to say about the stuff next year. Also, thank God God of War is coming out on PS4. Because nobody can buy a PS5 still. It really sucks. Like, that game isn't even coming out to be a console seller like it should be. Oh, and Starfield, question mark? I saw I got a Steam page. I don't think there's a release date on it. I doubt it'll be ready by next year, but if it was, that'd be cool. Because they're definitely, like, pushing for it heavily in the marketing now, right? And with the last couple releases of Bethesda games, it's been like they announced it and it was ready a few months later. And of course they came out in a broken state, but still. I would think that it would happen sometime next year if they're going to keep with that trend. Though, if their games are broken at normal times, I can't imagine they're going to come out looking very pretty during a pandemic. Still, it's going to be on a completely new engine, no longer using the freaking Gamebryo from Morrowind, so I'm really looking forward to see if they made some that's not shit. If it's not going to constantly crash, save file bloat, all that nasty stuff.
It must be returned to the first one.
Just think that they're gonna have mod tools built into the engine rather than building them secondhand because Gamebryo wasn't owned by them originally. What's even more exciting is that once that game's out, it means that they have the engine completely built, right? And that's the one that they're going to use for the Elder Scrolls, so that you can assume that development would start immediately after that game's finished. They say it's on the back burner still, which means they're still in pre-development. It's not happening at all right now. It's not to say that I'm not arguably more hungry for a sci-fi adventure, because those don't happen very often. Like, there was the time period where we had Mass Effect, but that time's over. I guess they're working on a new Mass Effect game, but they haven't shown anything about it. And I also low-key don't trust BioWare very much anymore. But, like, what else is there? There's the Outer Worlds that came out. And it's okay. I haven't played it yet. Again, I'm going to very soon. I'm excited for it. But I've heard that it's like, 8 out of 10. It's not the masterpiece people wanted. Maybe even lower. It's Obsidian though, right? Like, the writing has to be good, I'm assuming. I love Obsidian, I'm very loyal to them. Even if the gameplay is a little crappy, which, like, Fallout New Vegas' gameplay is crappy. It's all about the writing and the role-playing in that game. The game is, like, serviceable. And I'm sure the gameplay is still serviceable, Even if it's not great when it could have been great. If that's what we get, then, you know, I'll be very happy. I'm assuming I have to guide this into something. It's not just here to annoy the fuck out of me. Oh, it might be. Alright, the thing about Fallout is, yeah, the gameplay is just serviceable. New Vegas' gameplay is still infinitely better than Fallout 3's. All from changes Obsidian made. But also, just the hyper-violence of the franchise is what makes it enjoyable still. I don't need to think about how shitty it felt shooting the gun when the guy's head explodes. And I can, like, flop around the little bits of it later. You know, this one is probably like the most Dark Souls-y dungeon in the game, and how we just like keep going in and out and it all keeps leading back to the central corridor. I wonder how much longer it is until the boss if I just went forward when I put that sword back. So, is there actually, like, bioluminescent coral like this, or whatever kind of plant this is? It looks like fire. It's just, like, really cool. I imagine it's kind of surreal to see, like, fire in the distance underwater. Obviously, it's a fantasy environment, that's why I'm asking, but, like... coral is just, like, dead plant matter and stuff, right? Like, it wouldn't be bioluminescent. I don't think, anyways. I don't know what makes things bioluminescent at all. I think that we've been working on trying to figure that out so we can, like, put it in glow sticks and stuff that will never go out. I imagine it'll be used very frequently for, like, glowy electronics, too. And suddenly Razor's getting lawsuits for jellyfish cruelty. If anyone should be doing it, though, it's Razor, right? Their whole cult aesthetic, they keep worshipping sea monsters and stuff. All their products are named after the sea monsters. There's so many small crevices that they expect me to swim through. It's kind of difficult to explore. How do I dive deeper? B. Now, typically, the only part of water levels I actually like is the music. That's kind of shady. This game went with like a more atmospheric approach to it. I really like what happens when like you go underwater and the music's kind of muffled. You know, it's funny. Even though you don't have like an inventory and items that you, a ton of different items that you pick up in this game, it still does have the freaking Zelda tunics. And it handles them a lot better than Ocarina of Time ever did. By just letting you switch them all on the fly. Oh, and the boots, of course. So, like, this one is both your blue and heavy boots. The red one lets you walk in water, so it's your freaking, you know, your red tunic. And also lets you jump high, so I guess you might consider it the hookshot as well, question mark. And the lightning one is like your hover boots or whatever. Doesn't have any other effect, it's kind of shit, but... Point is, I'm not having to pause to switch at all, I just do it on the fly. That feels great. And, Azazel enchantment. What was it? There was a game I talked about not long ago, where I said people didn't consider it a proper Metroidvania, because, like, you didn't get a lot of movement upgrades or anything like that. And I explained how I disagreed, explained why it is still. I don't remember what game it was. But I think this is like a similar case where like the mechanics aren't as obviously presented as they usually are in like the contemporary game that you're comparing it to. So you think that it's not in the genre that it's supposed to be, but it is. So like with this game, you know, Darksiders all has Zelda influence. It's still here. It's not just a straight character action game. It's not a straight Dark Souls clone either. Oh, I see. I'm supposed to climb that. It's kind of bugging me. I can't remember what game I'm talking about. I'm thinking so hard about it right now. Oh fuck, I don't have a thing equipped. Alright, pussy, I know how to handle your kind. Alright. Some in here to open that. I feel like the game's more generous with the health tortures if I don't have any. So I might as well just use it. There we go. Maybe it's Blasphemous I was thinking of. How it feels more like it's just an open world Castlevania game or something. Like it's just an action platformer for the most part. You do get upgrades in the form of like the artifacts you find. They're just like, okay, you can create platforms out of blood or something. But for the most part, the game plays the same at the end as it does at the beginning. It's probably that one. Or some other Igavania I played. You know what? I watched Salt Factory's review of Fable 2 recently, right? And when he was talking about the magic system, he said that he was initially disappointed with how they cut out like half of the spells that were there from Fable 1. And he only realized after using it that with how they split it into the AoE and directional forms, they basically just condensed all the existing spells, and they're more or less all still there. They were just presented differently. So, like, he got over the initial disappointment. He's like, yeah, I'm okay with the magic. Aside from the lack of mana. I think that's another example of what I'm talking about with, like... It's just presented different than what you're used to, but it's there. I think that's the way it came from, I'm not sure. I also left a really long comment there defending Fable 3's honor. I even agree that it's the worst game of the three, right? But I still felt the need to defend it for some reason. I was mostly because he was debating whether or not he should even play it, and I want to see his video on it. So, you know, I just left some thoughts to try to convince him that it's worth playing. Am I weird for always pointing out when I leave comments on videos? Because I don't usually comment on videos, and like, you know, here, I'm talking off the top of my head and I sound like a dumbass. So like, when I write something down and it's actually well thought out, I'm like kind of proud of my work sometimes. Even though nobody's gonna fucking read it. I kind of feel like I'm tweeting that I made a tweet. But like IRL, because I don't use Twitter. Ah shit, those are mixed up. You mean I can't go through this? Just freaking... Free!
Please, no!
Hello?
Please, save me!
Oh shit. Okay, I was looking for the door, because I was like, what the hell is structure? It's a hallway that leads to nowhere. Shit is probably under construction. There's a door. Here's another hallway that leads to nowhere. You know, this one's collapsed, so it probably led somewhere. I get it's a video game and they didn't have to think about what's on the other side of that door. But when I'm making my environments, I try to make them, like, make some sense. I try to do some environmental storytelling. So gameplay first, very same philosophy, I guess. Like I block out the level in white first, and then I decorate it afterwards.
Greetings. Take your time.
Take your time.
As you wish. This will be fun for both of us. As you wish. Please.
Me too, the Maker's Forge. So I think we're at the boss now. I remember it actually gave me a fair bit of trouble. But it was mostly because we weren't invincible while doing arcane counters. And that should be a very different story now. Though, I also think that, like, the dashing attack from the nunchucks was pretty important to it. I'm not sure if the claws will be able to do the same. Oh, maybe the lightning spear, like, throwing it will be a useful counter instead.
Well met, Fury. All right.
Zazel. Wrath generated per hit with this weapon up. Amount of wrath bar generated per minute. That's pretty cool. I feel like I get a decent amount of wrath already though, so I'm not going to use that, but it's cool. When health is full. Havoc bar per minute. Do I have that on something else? Okay, Juggernaut. I have that equipped to something, correct? Okay.
All right. Let's see what that can.
Marauder. No, I want this so that I can get through the Crucible. I need angelic artifacts though. I guess I spent the one that we got last time. Cool. I don't have very many of either artifact, actually. Oh, shit.
Interesting. Take care. How come I?
I can probably afford an upgrade, so Why is it so much more expensive on the barbs? Oh, because it's +8. Yeah, I'd rather upgrade my mallet.
What? You didn't think that was possible, but now you're even deadlier. Oh, what beautiful havoc you'll wreak with that. Anything interesting. Bests and blessings to you, Fury.
Best of blessings to you.
Greetings. Please take your time.
The eroded pipeline.
For your sake, I hope you can't smell that.
Even a faceless one would find itself intoxicated here.
It's the second boss room.
Is there some meaning to this particular scent?
Gluttony.
Are they talking about shit or vomit? Which do you think? For gluttony, like obviously you're gonna shit a lot, but like you're probably gonna get sick and like throw up. You know, like Greek Christmas, the whole thing was like orgy for a week or whatever, right? But what's really interesting is, you know, it's a big party, right? Like everybody's eating nice food, drinking wine. They would just throw up so they could eat more. You know, I guess they didn't have refrigerators, so like if you get all that food together, you have to make sure it gets eaten, right? But like that's just a really strange idea, but it sounds like the most gluttonous thing I can think of, right? It's not even about filling yourself, it's just about the pleasure of eating. It only occurred to me now that I'm not talking about ancient Greece, though. It's probably like Roman Greece. We explained before how like Greece was already large and they just merged and like they became like the cool guys. They modeled their whole culture after. Except I guess they became Christian too at some point when somebody finally climbed up the mountain and they realized there was no one there. They're like, oh shit, I guess we need Jesus now. Fuck.
Proceed with caution, mistress.
Ah. I think those are what we were fighting underwater. Ah, no, those are them. Tentacle boys. I wonder if they're an evolution, though. Welcome to Good Burger, home of the Good Burger. That's definitely the Red Robin font. So I'm biased against the restaurant a little because I used to work there, but thoughts on Red Robin? I think it's a little too expensive for what it is, and it's still just a burger. And yeah, some of them are really good, but I'm never like craving them. It's still just a burger. I'd still be happy eating Wendy's or McDonald's or whatever. Though arguably those are worse. So like compared to other fancy burgers, like an artisan burger, you get like a deli or a bar, or maybe Five Guys. I would rather have any of those, honestly. The Five Guys thing is also a bias because I love peanuts. They also have much less variety, so I guess that's a point in Red Robin's favor. But it's not like I tried very many of the burgers. I picked the ones that I like, which were like... I don't know, I'd alternate between like the Royal and Southern Charm. Which I got exclusively for the egg and the candied bacon, respectively. It's not like they have special sauce or anything that you can only get there. Like, I can make it at home just fine. And you know, sometimes we do, because my dad likes to experiment when he cooks. Like, one time he made me a Ben Roethlisberger. It was so fucking good, it fucked me up. He did that for a Super Bowl, of course. I don't even watch the games, the man just makes good food on Super Bowl Sunday. I want to get up there because that freaking thing absorbed my health lurcher earlier, and it's probably holding a lot of the souls I just earned as well. It doesn't look like I can. Really lame.
If they do, we roll, unpleasant as it feels.
That must weigh tons. How?
It's all in the wrist, Watcher.
Oh, don't say that like Ward didn't freaking move one of these with his bare hands. Oh, I'm stuck on this. Ah. Alright, so as much as I like using the hammer, I think that both aesthetically and functionally, the flame armor is probably just better. Because I don't use the arcane attack of the hammer often enough. Like, its main thing is just, like, slow and heavy hitting enough. Also, the orange just looks better. And then, like, you know, I use this more or less for the fire damage and health regen of it. So just having more fire damage, even if I just, you know, ignite a guy and then switch off of it, then it's like, that's what it's for. Since it mostly just boosts the arcane damage. Doesn't do anything about physical. Is it already switched into place? No, it's not. I have to go up here, I guess. Gotta be another way in. Maybe from up here. Oh. Ah. Damn it. Movement's based on the camera when you're in that. I guess it always... I don't know. I don't know what I'm saying. Holding left when the camera tells you that your left is the forward for the ball is like... That... Words. When the camera angle changes, holding one direction does not keep you moving forward. As it did with some tank control games when the camera shifted and it tried to fuck you up like that. And it's just really awkward to control. I don't know how to put the correct sentence together to describe exactly the kind of movement. Horsey. Angelic artifact. Whoa. The invigoration core is a uses upgrade, right? That's pretty huge. Didn't even click at me when I found it because we find the other ones so often. Like, I don't even have enough health to take advantage of them. Ooh, two. Was I supposed to be able to see through that, or was it covered in cummies? Ah, it was painted. This is that thing that I thought was a dead end before. Okay. Secret wall. Whoa!
Did not think it was worse, Gluttony. Miracles do still exist in this world. Putrid, filthy miracles.
Oh, that's the monster. We're very close then. Come on. I was specifically trying to not heal since I thought we were coming up on the boss. Obviously I get all my things back when I resurrect, but I wanted to at least get one actual attempt in first. Come on. The big boys in here? I guess they were sub-bosses. Stop. Ah. Okay. Oh. That's not good. We see anything cool though? Nah. Try a few things. This is my turbo button. Nice if I could bring my camera under and see which way I should maybe be moving towards. Nah. Okay, well. Game auto saves, so if I just go back to the menu, I should respawn at Volgrim. Coolio. Oh, okay, the enemies I killed are still dead. That's why I was attacking those. I was expecting something to jump out at me.
Greeting.
Greetings.
As you wish. Farewell for now.
Heard something drop. No, am I crazy? Is this not the way I was... Oh. Yeah, it's not. That's why them boys was alive and not dead like they were supposed to be. Oh, I see. That would have been a nasty trap if I went through that. Good thing I'm not a dingus and I explore before I go up. Fulgrim's right there and it didn't let me talk to him before the fight started. That's kind of fucked up. Yo, is that a horse leg? My horse? No, it's a pig leg. And that gross camel toe.
Perfectly fake.
Mistress! You must awaken. You must come back.
Nice try, but Lust already tried that trick. Gluttony.
Mistress!
You broke Onimusha! You should have remained inside your desire, horseman. It would have been more merciful than what I'll do to you.
If you can reach me.
Perhaps I shall disembowel you and let you watch your guts spill out in front
It has so many fucking teeth.
Try your best, you bloated thing.
That cocks your voice. You think I will be an easy kill?
The easiest of all.
But I'm not yet full. You know I've tried. I've been feasting, but I'm still not satisfied.
I was already dead. I feel like that maybe should have been a little angrier. Wow, 2 hits. I guess the point is that she didn't lose control of herself in her anger, in her fury. Which is why it didn't sound as angry as I thought it should. Ow. Ow! Motherfuck. Right. I'm starting to remember this fight. I just run around, dodge while throwing boomerangs at him for most of it. And sometimes he comes down to fuck me up. That's why I'm supposed to go eat. don't, because I suck. His reach doesn't quite hit the back of the room, so I'm kind of safe back here, actually. Also a good thing I upgraded the glaive just a second ago. God damn it. Probably heal. Okay. Okay, I should definitely opt for something that does more immediate damage when it comes to that. And for the boomerang, I mean, it seems like burning's still the way to go, right? But I want to see how much of a damage difference it is with the Force Hollow. The way we're playing right now, I only have time for one good hit on the tentacles when it comes down to bash. 61. 66. Yeah, this is stronger. Obviously, because I have the suit on. It comes with the burn too, of course. Honestly, all that damage that's gone already, that's all the glaive. Like, this won't be so bad if I just, like, don't get greedy and keep my distance for this whole fight. But it might be a little long and boring. So I'll have to make the most of the tentacle punishing. Is he waiting for me to get closer to him? Is that what this is? Damn, got a lot of hits on that. Oh. Oh. What do you mean I missed? I was outside of his usual pattern. Ah. Alright, so obviously yes, the second phase. I don't know when that starts though. I feel like I don't have to get through his entire health bar. Keep that in mind. Like how good we're doing. It'd probably be like only the first 2/3 or something. Maybe only the first half. Now I see he's killing me before I go through all my heals too, which is just bad on my part. It's a different mindset for when you're playing the game and when you're fighting the bosses. I guess this is an interesting topic. A game that just came out called Prey for the Gods, like, you know, Hunter Prey. It's supposed to be like a spiritual successor to Shadow of the Colossus. Like, it takes what that game did and like tries to add a bit more. And like, it's not all hiding the influence. So yes, you are climbing on some of the bosses and bashing at weak points or whatever. Which I know Lords of Shadow got a lot of shit for doing twice. But you know, Shadow of Colossus was like how many bosses? Like 8 or something? I never played it. I want to. Want to buy the remaster. Because it looks so fucking beautiful, and that's like half of the point of the game. You know, the other path was just like platforming and puzzle solving, some light exploration. And that stuff's all in the other game too, right? But then they added like general combat. Give you reasons to explore, collect new weapons and armor and stuff like that. And like, that part of the game is really weak, so I think the game's gonna like get some bad reviews in that sense. There's also like a survival element, like you're in like a frozen hellscape, so you have to manage food and warmth and stuff like that. Which means that you have to go and explore to hunt and shit. And his whole point is that that exploration part is kind of unnecessary, and that the weapons are only more effective against the enemies. The bosses, they all have the weak points that you attack. And that's the only way you do damage to the boss. It has nothing to do with what equipment you have, or whether or not you're using a buff potion or anything like that. And so the question is, do you feel that in a game where boss fights are the focus, should there be any other kind of combat if it's going to behave so differently from the normal combat? Or do you feel that both should be like extremely well developed parts of the game? Yes, obviously that's the answer, that's what you want, but like if say this is a very limited budget, should you opt for having a boss fight with no unique mechanics and just like it's more of the normal game's combat? Or do you want all completely unique boss fights that have nothing to do with the regular gameplay loop? Yeah, the arcane counter on this weapon does not work for this guy at all. I'm standing in the slush. Ah! This stuff just covers the whole room, it doesn't go away. If I do this, I can just like throw shit at him or something, I don't know. Maybe I'm supposed to walk up and beat on him. Fuck. We dropped raft lurchers and they went into my thing. I was kind of just leaving it alone because I don't really have anything of value in there, but I guess I shouldn't. Fuck. Son of a bitch. The acid does so much damage, man. Like, this fight's doing everything to keep me from standing in one place where I would be safe. And then it's doing everything to fuck me over for moving while looking at the boss so I can dodge attacks. I don't know if that's like good or sadistic design though. It's kind of fucked up that he has armor on part of his tentacle. Like, instead of strafing in one direction, maybe I should just try and keep all these condensed in one spot that I can avoid. Ah, that's too close. Oh shit. Hope I didn't use one of those before. That was unnecessary. So if I stay close to him when he's not swinging his dick around, that might help minimize the amount of Bukkake blast that he shits out on the ground. Of course, it just opens me up to get chewed up like this too, which really sucks. It's an auto kill apparently. So that strategy is maybe not so as viable as I thought it was a second ago. I dropped an M&M. There it is. Looks like a piece of dirt. You know, he looks kind of like Sloth. You know, minus the massive cock. You don't even have to do this if I get frustrated. We can go do the Force Corridor instead and come back to it in a bit. given up hope yet. I feel like there's still stuff for me to learn about this guy. Fuck. Ah. And I feel like I'm supposed to go wail on him when he's doing that, but I'm too afraid to go close since it auto kills me. That's full health. Ah, fuck. Ow, I'm standing in the acid. Son of a bitch. Shouldn't eat too many of those. The chocolate's fine, it's the candied shell you gotta worry about. That's what's bad for your teeth. Son of a bitch, man. Ah. I need to, like, make sure I avoid the first attack before I throw it. There's a rhythm to it. It doesn't seem too difficult to get the attacks off. You just have to wait for, like, half a second after he shoots one before... Because it's only gonna... It's not tracking you, he's shooting at wherever you were standing, so you just need to move wide enough to avoid the splash. Okay, so I'm thinking I want to have the physical damage block thing on me, probably. Though I don't think I've upgraded it all, so it might not matter too much. But also, the claws are just really hard to counterattack and like even hit him at all with because their like center of attack is like really small. It needs something that's more sweepy like the hammer. And the hammer might be more useful in general because like I don't have to think about switching to it when he starts sucking. Oh, maybe I should just re-equip this for the time being and like, yeah, we'll be losing a little DPS from no burns, but the less thinking I have to do, the better. And, you know, we might just end up getting more damage because these will actually hit him when he's doing this shit. And man hits too hard for whatever lifesteal we got off the other thing to really make a difference. Or rather, he hits too hard and then there's not enough time to, like, hit him back. And, you know what I mean? It wasn't paying for itself. The hammer's still kind of hard to hit him with, too. The whip has the widest range of attack. I'm having the easiest time using that. When he does this, I can use the hammer, at least. And of course the arcane attack's just better. That's gonna kill me. I don't know, I feel like I got him to about where we were getting him before, in about the same amount of time. Getting more done, maybe. Ah. Hey, the hammer is also better for that because it doesn't get stuck on his armor chunks. Shouldn't even fucking exist. Like, what the hell? All you need to do is put a hurt box on the freaking part that takes damage. You don't need to put a blocker on the rest of them. That's messed up. So FYI, hurtbox, not a thing. It's a term Dick came up with, like, fighting game players, but, like, it's actually not a thing you use at all in game design. It's kind of just the main collider for the character. It happens to be also the point where the guy takes damage. But it's there for physics and everything else. It's not exclusively a hurt box or whatever. Unlike with weapons where they do in fact have a hitbox, it's only there to do damage. Damn it. Why you gotta have such a long arm, though? Question of the day: if you had like Go-Go Gadget extendo arms, would you like use it like for everything, or would you like think of it as a tool you only break out sometimes when you really need it? I feel like they would probably make me really lazy. kind of by the same principle that I don't have like a wireless mouse that I would put on my bed for when I'm watching stuff. Because yeah, that would be convenient, but that would encourage me to like leave autoplay on and stuff instead of getting up every time I want to put on a new video or show or whatever. Like the way I do it both ensures that I'm actually watching it, and it just gives me a reason to get out of bed. So I can maybe go take a piss or whatever. I also just hate batteries. I'd never buy batteries. I don't know why they still exist. I get that there's a lithium ion shortage, but there are other ways of making rechargeable batteries. Like nickel cadmium, which is also very dangerous, but you know, it's not like lithium ion is safe. When I say shortage, I don't just mean that it's in high demand. I mean that the world doesn't have very much of it, and we've mined most of it already. And we are very quickly running out of it to use in anything. You know, it's an ion. Of course there's not a lot of it. It doesn't exist naturally. It does, but it's trying to not exist. It's like giving away its electrons and shit to everything. Or taking them away. Some ions are negative. Or positive. However the math works on that stuff. Oh, okay, that's a decent counter because it has a big AoE. I don't do it with the whip because it doesn't reach when I'm not right in front of him. I mean, son of a bitch. I need to like stop dodging those altogether. Well, you walk fast enough to avoid it. Normally only does 3 when I'm close to him. Does my distance not actually matter? I thought we figured it out when he didn't stop doing it for that one time. Is that just like bad luck? They did it like 20 times before stopping. Huh. Fuck. Wasted my time. Oh my god. Oh, There's not enough time to like get out to a safe distance to avoid that, and I don't think you can perfectly dodge it either. Kinda shitty. I'm never gonna get over how inconvenient it is that there's no animation on the heal. You still have to stop everything to do it. I might as well just keep the animation on. But it only gives you one option to have like 2 things changed, or only, you know what I mean? Yeah, I wish I could only just change one at a time. All that I wanted was the immunity during arcane encounters. Stop! Oh my god, why are these hitting me now? I don't suppose the splash gets bigger based on how far away from him it is. That'd be stupid. He's still shooting the same amount of bukkake juice. Oh, that's the final slam. He normally does it twice. Maybe during that I have time to like lock on and do all of his points. I'm assuming that they all take damage, like I can lock on to him 4 or 5 times with the Boomer Kawanger. Nah. Doesn't work. Damn it. Damn it! Come on, we're doing okay. Oh, fuck. Oh, there's the second one. Okay. Oh, no! Damn it. That was, like, phenomenal until that point. Shit. But son, they can just grab you so instantly like that if you're doing what you're supposed to do. They should at least have the courtesy to spit you out with like 1 health left minimum. Right? Come on. Kind of bullshit. I really don't like that attack. You should like maybe scream to knock you away a little bit so like you can't just do that. Right? Every action has an equal and opposite reaction, so like with physics it makes sense that you'd have to exhale a lot before you can inhale that much. He like bit the whip or something. I cannot melee attack him at all during that. It's good to know. Still, I'm a little pissed that it happened. I have Havoc form. I don't even know what the fuck I want to do with that. I remember that it checkpoints when you get to the second phase of the fight, so like it'll be useless then, so I have to use it somewhere before his whole health bar is gone, but I don't know when that would be. Fuck. I'm like not even paying attention to the fight because I'm out here freaking monologuing. Just me, or did I perfectly dodge that one? Can't tell because I was still missing a significant amount of health. I may have narrowly avoided death. No, die. Okay, so there's kind of an animation before he starts sucking. It's very short, though. Admittedly, I could have backed away from that one, though. I felt it. It's fucked up. I dodged in the wrong direction. midnight. So what, we've been going for like 2 hours? 2.5. We're good. We got time to fuck around. I didn't look if the rest of the Xbox HUD popped up. That is not my account. Ponagely ownage. My dumbass brother made an account under his email address, right? And he didn't like the name. He didn't want to pay to make a different name because that's how he had to do it on Xbox Live, which is really fucking shitty. So he just used my email without asking. Now I'm stuck with his fucking Xbox account for some reason. I think my Xbox account is on my dad's email that he lost. What's funny is he traded out a shitty name for another shitty name, right? He doesn't even like it. My name was shit too, but that's because I didn't make the account. My dad did. People thought it was funny at least. Whereas my brothers, who just like dated memes. Which is worse because it wasn't very funny to begin with, but now it's like funny and you're a boomer. I don't know. Ownage kind of made a comeback. People say ironically now, at least. But not ponage. I'm not sure if it still works that way, but I should maybe like go repossess that account at some point. Or, you know, make his my own, get rid of all the friends that he has on it. Because neither of us use it, like, we don't have Xboxes. Everything that's on Xbox is on PC. So, like, I'm just stuck with this if I ever choose to buy something from the Windows Store. Fuck! God damn it. Oh, he didn't go into the freaking cocky blast mode. Blast. Slam. And he's going into the thingy. Fuck. I knew the timing was gonna be a little off. I didn't think I'd get hit though. Fuck. I think he does the sucking at health thresholds. That's like his stun state, I guess. Except, you know, he just fucks you instead of getting fucked like normal. I can't even get close to him. I've made a complete circle around him. I can maybe fit in there, but then I can't dodge at all. I need to wait for some of these puddles to go away. There's a spot I can work with. No, I suppose the sucking is like a decent spot for me to cast the burn, a wrath attack. I can just stand there and let him roast. Alright, never mind. I won't. He'll be pulling me in if I'm in that mode. I would have countered that, but I think that it was maybe a little too risky. Like I was gonna end up in a puddle. Damn it. Made a lot of mistakes, so I was kind of getting into a groove there at the end. We almost got him to half. I'm hoping that's where his second form kicks in. Because I really don't like this one. Oh, well. I hope that did damage, because transforms about mid-attack. Ah, boy. I'm not doing hammer counters enough for some reason. I know they're gonna do more damage. It's not like they're any slower. Ah, fuck! Damn it, we were having a good run. It's too harsh. Actually, I wonder if I just cash in all my things. Obviously, I'm getting a couple levels out of this, but will I have enough to, like, survive the munch? That's what I want. Just to have a little bit of health left at the end of that.
As you wish.
Honestly, I have all those luminous visages, but I'm saving those for, like, the end of the game. Or somewhere very late where levels become very expensive, because it's obviously going to cost me more to level up through Vulgrim if I just use those points for free. I think anyways. I don't know if it's going to increase my character point or it's just going to give me straight up attribute points, so I'm afraid of using them.
You will fall.
That's fine. Had a sloppy start anyways. Should we be talking about something? Probably. JoJo's Bizarre Adventure, Stone Ocean. So I don't think I've ever talked about JoJo's before, so brief overview. Everyone hates the first arc. Yeah, it's kind of like short and pointless. The second arc is a lot better, but like I didn't mind it. Basically the man learns how to breathe correctly and then he fights a vampire, and that vampire's Dio Brando, who reappears as a villain later on. So it's kind of important to have that there just for a little bit of story. Originally the third season, Stardust Crusaders, was animated as an OVA, and that's all that existed before until recently, where they started airing like a new series on Adult Swim. And, you know, it was obviously like not dubbed versions of it, but I watched the dub. I think they probably gained its big popularity on Adult Swim. I bring that up because Stone Ocean was a Netflix exclusive, and I have no idea if that continued to air on Adult Swim or if people who were just watching it had to get sticked out of their JoJo fix. So yeah, season 2 is funniest. And you're still fighting the vampires with your breathing powers. And there's only so much you can do with that, right? So with the third season, they switched to something called stands, where everybody just has a little ghost demon thing like Shin Megami Tensei or Persona that they fight with. And that's what the show's been all about ever since. And things also became a lot less hyper-masculine and more hyper-feminine with all the male characters. Like, everyone's both jacked and, like, beautiful. It's kind of weird. But there's, like, a lot of high fashion that comes from it. Not to mention the man's art is just pretty fantastic in general, for the manga at least. But they're doing a good job at replicating it for the show. That's all I really need to talk about for that. Yeah, the stands are better, they are more interesting, and the character designs did get a lot more interesting, even if it is a little gay. And, yeah, I like to think of them as two separate things because I like both. So Stone Ocean, first off, I guess I should point out that it's like half of the story. Like, there's obviously going to be a season 2 of it, which is kind of shitty, right? Because it was only 12 episodes rather than like a full 24 season. See, it takes place in a prison, and it's like a really weird prison. It's like, I guess, low security. Everyone has like a pretty decent amount of freedom. It seems like the guards are just there to fuck everyone over. They're not actually watching anyone. And of course, there's a conspirator running something in the higher-ups who is actually working against Jolene, our protagonist, daughter of Jotaro, from part 3. So also, everyone's like not in prison uniform. They have things vaguely resembling prison uniforms, but it's still all high fashion, like everyone has their own unique flair to it, which is really strange. That it looks like people are basically still in normal clothes while in prison. Which I feel like it would have been like a cool challenge for the artist to try and make other parts of the character look more interesting while still wearing just a prison jumpsuit, right? He couldn't do that though. So all of the Joestar descendants have like some variant of Star Platinum with an additional ability. So he's just a man who can punch a lot as his main thing. Hers, however, turns into thread, so like gets weaker when it's at a distance, so she can use it to eavesdrop and to grab shit, or she can weave things, which is actually fairly interesting. Maybe a little more interesting than what Giorno had, being able to turn shit into living objects. See, also Jotaro briefly shows up to die. Or he's like the Princess Peach, you're gonna try and bring him back. But he's wearing a pimp outfit for some reason, it's really silly. Like, during the season where he was the star, he wore black and he looked awesome. And then he switched to a white suit when he was, like, the side character later on. And now he's wearing purple. And he just looks like a pimp, it's really weird. He also, like, lost a lot of muscle mass for some reason. What is interesting, though, is that they're in prison, right? So everyone's kind of really shitty to each other. And Jolene's kind of a bitch. As are all of our side companions. So that's just unique to see. Rather than going for likable characters, everyone's just kind of horrible. They also finally explained that the Speedwagon Foundation is like a cancer research society now, since they're not fighting vampires anymore. Took them long enough. So again, it feels like the prison's just kind of an afterthought, like everyone just has way too much freedom, and they're extremely restricted when they want to put up a barrier for the characters to work through. Like, they kind of just pop up at random, it feels like. But, I don't know, powers are interesting, that's the whole appeal, everyone's got unique abilities that don't make sense. And they use them in fun ways. And that's the whole show. So, I don't know, overall I guess you could say I'm liking it. Hey, survived. Though I wish that they just did like the whole season. I hate that I have to wait. Especially where it ended, it didn't feel like a good stopping point. Or I guess they secured one half of the MacGuffin. But I didn't feel like the character was in safety quite yet. Then again, they were seriously injured, so they might need to do like a couple months time skip or something. In which case, it'll make a little more sense when they pick things back up. But for now, I'm like, why? What else? Right, I also watched a different Netflix show called Super Crooks, which is technically anime, I guess, question mark. Like, it doesn't have the art style, which I guess the art style doesn't necessarily mean anime, but, like, it very much has, like, a more American cartoon-looking thing, like Static Shock with maybe a little more artistic talent. I don't know, Static Shock's old, it looked good for the time, but you know what I mean. And it definitely is made by a Japanese team. So it is Japanimation, at least. But it's also set in America, which is really different. Like, you know, it's missing all the Japanese culture that you're used to seeing. This is definitely, like, heavily inspired by the American superhero stuff. Whereas with something like My Hero Academia, and One Punch Man, they treat being a hero like a job. It's not just something that you do illegally. I mean, it still kind of is a job, like there is a Justice League type thing. But this is called Super Crooks, so we're on the villain side of things, right? Now I have mixed feelings about the first episode. Like, it's kind of boring. There's a lot of filler in it. You see the main character, Johnny Bolt's awakening. As you might guess, he's an electric man. And he tries like, whoa, I'm a super guy. I can go be a hero. I'm gonna be so cool. I'm gonna get girls and stuff. He's just a nerd. And he ends up fucking up very horribly. No spoilers, he fucking ends up murdering so many people by accident. It's pretty hilarious, actually. Like a disaster movie, just a lot of shit just keeps happening. And after that, he, like, sort of accidentally figures out that, yeah, he can manipulate electronics, so let's go rob ATMs. And that's his origin story. It next picks up with him getting out of prison, like, how many years later. And you see he's kind of doing well for himself. He's got a hot girlfriend. He has some other criminal buddies. He's not quite in the big villain organization. But, you know, he's getting by. And then he gets in trouble. And then he gets into really big trouble with, like, the Justice League. And he ends up going on for a big job instead when he's like, yeah, I can't keep doing this. So the thing about the Justice League people is they're not good people. When the heroes are trying to apprehend them, they end up, like, murdering people as well, and cops. And, like, they seem to be causing a lot more trouble than the villains ever were. But people let it go because they capture villains. And it's actually kind of fucked up. That they just get away with it. Though the Superman equivalent is, like, a real sociopath, and he, like, is actually a villain. Kinda. I don't want to spoil too much of that. But he, like, yeah, he's just a sociopath, right? He murders people indiscriminately when he's fighting. Even more so than the other guys. And of course, he's the major antagonist, so you gotta deal with that. So it was kind of just like going alright, and the hyper-violence was kind of keeping my attention for a little bit. Then they went on to the major heist, and things kind of picked up in pace. And after that major heist, they ended up doing another one, and it was 12 episodes long, so again, it ends at kind of a bad spot, and they're like in the middle of a job right now. It just kind of stuck on like a really shitty spot when it ended. They also did like a second time skip, so Johnny's kind of old now, which is really weird. Like I don't know if he's going to continue being the protagonist for however long. Fuck. And it wasn't just a pointless time skip, he went to prison again. So what? Second arrest, it's gotta be like, I don't know, at least 15 years, right? After the first one, or just maybe like 5. So what? I'm guessing he's in like his mid-30s, early 40s. So yeah, I guess I could recommend that. I understand that The Boys is also there to be hyper-violent. And I think that's a Hulu show, question mark? I still have to watch it. But I imagine those both appeal to similar audiences. Damn it. feel like I've gotten hit too many times already. Who knows, maybe I can avoid damage for the rest of this. It's like not even doing any more damage. I should just not even charge it. Feels silly. I guess the point of the charge force one is to knock people back, but this is the boss. It obviously doesn't take knockback. Took long enough for me to figure that out, though, huh? Still, I'll make doing this a little easier. I can get off more attacks. That was almost bad. Hey, there it is. It was only at half health. I just sucked so much that it took us that long to get to it. And we're at the easy part. Because the checkpoint's right here, actually. You just have to figure out what to do. Which is obvious, but it doesn't always work, so it's kind of shitty. So you gotta lead one of these into his mouth hole. Ah, shit. See, he did a big inhale and then he did a big exhale. Why couldn't he do that before? Bitch. What do you mean it didn't checkpoint? I was so sure it did. Oh, now I feel like depressed and shit. Come on, man. You gotta ruin my life like that, game. Oh, did I destroy this thing before it fell out of the air? you see how close he was? I'm probably gonna use my Havoc form this time just so we can get back to where we were. Feel confident that I can get him there. Fuck's sake, man. Goddamn. Probably could have went through another cycle if I didn't get hit by the big whip. I hope that did damage. I didn't look. Alright, the easy hard part. It's easy when it works, hard when it's shit. Oh, come on. Fucking suck it up, bro. Oh, fuck off. Okay, I think I have to be swimming. Is it just me, or is it immediately crashing into the ground as soon as I switch to my freaking other... As soon as I ground myself to be safe from the freaking suck? just have to do that like 2 more times. Oh, is he dead? Is he fucking dead? My god. It's nice to actually have an execution on one of these guys. See how the camera clipped through the floor in that cutscene? It's kind of lame. See, it's cool that I beat him and all, but like, doesn't it feel so shitty when the final result is something that took you like 10 minutes? And in reality, we fought him for like a little over an hour.
There are so few surprises left in the world. Isn't that sad?
Yes.
At the moment, I've had enough surprises. You sound odd. Is something wrong?
Take this.
The Stasis Hollow. Why?
Stasis.
Question my gift.
I question your motives. Why does the Lord of Hollows continue to weaponize one of the 4 horsemen? For what purpose?
Remain on your path. In time, perhaps you will find your truth. That would be a fine surprise indeed.
And in the meantime, more toys for me to play with?
Horseman, in our next encounter, only one of us will survive.
Cryptic. Huh.
I mean cryptic.
You help me, then you threaten me?
Be gone.
Sweet, I remember liking this weapon, but there wasn't very much time to use it since you can technically just walk right to the end of the game right now if you don't want to explore more. Because we already have access to the next guy. There's just that portal out there on the in front of the chapel. Wait, no, I lied. You still have to go to the desert area. I don't think it was very long, but that's where you gotta fight Raph still. That's where he ran off to. And so obviously I can go through there, but I think there was something over here that needed it, like on the way to the boss, right? I still have no idea what's like around the area that Volgrim was at. Is the boss is blocking it? Maybe there's treasure over there now or something cool. Artifact that I missed. You'll have to see it. That's a shame. It didn't seem like I was able to swing myself over there. Maybe I have to glide or something to make it the rest of the way. And why you gotta put me back here? There's a Vulgrim in that room that we died in. Yeah, those are pretty sick. So then... Oh, I see. The purple shit. Kind of dark up there, so it just blended in. Everybody dies eventually.
Please, save me. Right, how are we on time? 3.5, and that's kind of perfect. I want to explore just a little more though, so we might go on to 4. Come on. I bet Vulgrim didn't activate either. Oh, bitch. You know what? If we're over the boss room, I might just be able to jump back up there from right here. I'm not sure. This is new. This is good.
You seem distracted, mistress.
That Lord of Hollows is vexing.
That's one word for it.
Only one will survive? Do you think he's helped us this far only to betray me?
I'm sure I don't know. Relationships between the Eternal Ones are as confusing and convoluted as they come. I can't keep track.
Oh, you're a great help.
Perhaps the Lord of Hollows is attempting to manipulate you in some way. Rattle you. Or he's gone utterly insane like the rest of his stinking world. He wasn't looking his best, was he?
No, he certainly was not. Enough. Time to focus on the mission.
If you say so, mistress.
There's some way to get to the other side of that.
I knew you were cold, but walking on water is an easy trick.
I feel like this is taking me out of this place, and it's not really the way I want to go. But also, if I run into a Vulgar, I can just teleport back to the boss room and get my shit. Wow, combos. Is this that room with the ambush? I died a million times? Yeah, it is. Oh, cool. It's not the way I want to go, though. What the fuck? What the fuck? Damn it. Damn it. Ah. Does this freeze guys? It does. That's really good actually. Makes dodging easy. Now, I'm praying that the second form is actually just Frostmourne. Like, it's not two swords, it's just one big one they use full time. Because I want it to have a heavy attack. And then it'd probably end up replacing the hammer entirely. Because it's more useful to slow guys than to knock them away. Might even affect a boss. Oh, right, I can go into a crouch if I'm standing. Even though the crouching isn't manual. Really strange how that works, actually. So I don't think I can make that jump. I see stuff down here. Alright, I guess I saw the fish, not the stuff. There you glow. Oh, hey, is that stuff? Hey. I mean, the hollows? The fuck?
How are you feeling, mistress?
There is much to process. I've had to abandon so much in order to move forward. It feels like a loss. And at the same time, I've changed.
Changed how?
I
Really didn't
do
activate
not
that?
know.
Maybe I just never made it there. I feel like there's a Fulgrim here and I want to activate him. Yeah, I see it. Then I want to turn around and go collect all the stuff that I walked by. And I need to get my freaking boss reward back, of course. It's just sitting out there somewhere. Okay, that's how we go back. Is there a vent here? Yeah, something like that. Oh, I didn't even have to do it. So that was there just to make you think that you had to do something to get through this door. Otherwise, you probably never would have thought about, you know, turning it into a platform so you can go into a crouch, because that's just really, really big brain. You can tell whoever made this game is a big fan of Big Brain Academy. As am I. New one just came out on the Switch. I'm a little tempted to buy it. I haven't played it since the Wii game came out. It has like a versus mode, so it's kind of like a WarioWare for nerds. And you know, I'm a nerd. The issue is, I don't know who I would play against. Not to sound too up my own ass, but like, I don't know many people as smart as me. That's not to say I'm the smartest person in the world. There's obviously people a lot more intelligent to me. I mean, I didn't fucking go to college. But, you know, I live in a relatively rural area. A lot of people here aren't too intelligent. You don't need it to get by, so like, why bother? All you need to do is learn how to drive a tractor, and you're good. That said, it had a really neat feature where, like, you get to set the...
Fury have reached Targon's ears. He desires an audience.
Targon?
Then go perform for him. You're entertaining, in a lowbrow sort.
Oh, right, the Crucible Man.
But I'm not the mightiest horseman in all the realm, you fiery flatterer. What would you ask of this Please take your time.
Right, that said, you can like set the difficulty level for each individual player in the competitive mode. So like, if you're playing against your fucking 3-year-old kid, he can be on baby mode, and you can be on like big brain mode. And he might actually end up beating you, because it's like fair like that. Which I think is really neat. I get over there. There's stuff up here I still want to check out, though. Like this boss room, is there treasure somewhere in here? There better be. It's just a big open spot. You can go explore. No dice. Would have been nice to have that before a fight. Developers. That's definitely why they put it there. You have to die at least once before you can grab it, though, and by then you're too focused on getting back in there. That's a sub-boss.
A demon!
Hello? Oh, I bet he's gonna be so easy to dodge when he's slow. Is this frost armor? Am I slowing the guys? Yeah, I don't think I'm taking damage. Sick. Take care of this freaking Dagon motherfucker. Fortune is probably lame. Do you think all those purple things are purple because you have to force them open? Archers, when killing enemies with this weapon, increase potency with certain consumables? That's potentially OP, right? If it like increases the fortifications armor, that's fucking... That's big million, potentially. But, you also, I don't like relying on the items. I use them when I think that I have enough skill to get through a fight and, like, I want to confirm it. But I don't use them otherwise because they're very limited. Like, I only have so many of those fortification things. The extra lives I'm probably never even gonna fucking touch. Oops. Oh, we're stuck with that now. Let's not fuck up.
Goody, this will be fun as you wish. Oh, do make sure they scream, horseman.
When was it? This one? Yeah. Come on, dude. I just want to like go backtrack through this whole area before I forget about it, because it's like fresh in my head now and I can get every secret in the game with this setup. I don't know how long that's going to take, but there's only a few of these that I can think of. Like, there's one in the waterfall in the entrance room, and there was one on the way here somewhere. Oh, shit. I don't know what the fuck's happening. Oh god, I wasted it. I'm such a dingus. Ah, I didn't even kill the enemy I wasted it on. Oh well, as I said, I'm not even gonna touch him probably. So yeah, I wasted one, but I'm just gonna sit there in a stockpile. It's like Explorer's Prestige or something to show that I have all 6 of them. Son of a bitch, just let me fucking go down there, man. It's not that far of a drop. Why did you open up the whole freaking boss room if I'm not allowed to jump through the hole, man? I see freaking Spider-Man. Oh, why'd you gotta aggro, man? I was literally trying to... Oh. Oh. So I went out to like do Christmas shopping before I went on stream, right? And I'm more or less done with that. So that's good. Anyways, I got gas at the end, right? And at the pump I pulled up on, somebody took a bunch of Donald Trump stickers. They were like, Biden did that, and slapped them next to all the gas prices and like the final price thing that you pay at the top of the pump. I looked at all the other pumps, they didn't have it. It was just one guy who put it on the pump I used. I thought it was pretty funny. I have no idea what Biden actually did to make the gas prices go up, if he did anything at all. But it's pretty funny. I'm also low-key pissed about the gas being so fucking expensive. It's gone up like by 300%, something like that. That is to say 3 times as much as what I was paying half a year ago. What's funny to me is, like, with the people who are still supporting Trump, the election's over. Like, you gotta deal with Biden for 2 years minimum, and then do you think that he's gonna run again? I mean, he maybe has the money to do it, but he ran twice. That costs a lot of money. And obviously, he is allowed to keep running until he's served his 2 terms. But, like, can he afford it? The answer is, I'm not sure. Because, yeah, obviously he has a lot of money, and he spent a lot of it on the 2 things, and he funded himself, right? Which is why things were so nice when he was in office. Policies aside, he wasn't, like, he wasn't indebted to lobbyists or whatever who funded his campaign, because he did it all himself. So there wasn't any money disappearing, or weird policies that don't actually benefit anyone being passed. Whatever, the guy stays dead. Yeah, anyways, the myth is that, like, his father was the successful one, right? And he's just been piggybacking off that ever since. But I don't think that's entirely true. His corporation is growing, right? So, like, he's doing something right. But again, what the fuck do I know? I haven't researched this man's business. I don't know how well it's actually going. See, I think he does, like, primarily hotels, and then he does investing as well. And he also has, like, a meat business. I haven't heard great things about the meat, but I have no idea what company he actually owns in terms of that. And hotels are easy, alright? That's probably, like, consistent income. That's probably where he gets most of his funding from. And the investing, that's where, like, his actual intelligence comes into question. And again, I just haven't researched, know how those deals go for him. Anyways, all that I'm trying to get at, like aside from the gas prices stuff, Trump supporters, your Messiah might come back. Remember that. Like, don't make an ass out of yourself right now, because it might not happen. Oh, maybe even a candidate is gonna run that he believes in more than himself. And he just sits out the next election, then you're gonna look really silly. Alright, so all that was just another way out. Yeah, I don't want to go that way. And it's this way. We're gonna go back the way we came in. There's only like 2 spots I need to check out. Really shouldn't be that much longer. Hello? Jeez. I shouldn't even be using this till I upgrade it some. Much as I love the way it feels. This ain't doing me any favors. I just see some vertical tearing, or is that heat wave effect? Hey, it's down here. It's like a waterfall or some bullshit. Okay, fucking assholes. Come on. Oh, you know what? While I said I haven't heard good things about his meat business, I think that he is the reason that we have burgers still right now. I remember there was like a tweet that he put out when he's like, hey, we have a burger shortage, we can't... And he was just like, hey, hit me up. And then I never saw the burgers go off the menus, so... You gotta be grateful for that, right? I also think it's funny that, like, rich people still eat Wendy's. You don't think about it right now. You're like, oh, my life's gonna be so much better. I'm gonna be eating caviar and quail eggs. But, I mean, one, you don't know if that stuff even tastes good. And two, how many, like, eateries do you know of that are actually that expensive? They're probably, like, all in the city, because out here, there are none. Like, it's all relatively affordable. You've got, like, Red Lobster at your highest spending around here. And that's not to say that Red Lobster doesn't have some delicious food. It does. I just mean, like, it ain't gonna taste any more delicious if I'm rich. It's just good. It doesn't stop being good when I make more money. Of course, I also don't really like seafood, so that's just an example. Cheddar Bay biscuits, though. I like shellfish, that's like it. A flounder, I can like take it or leave it. Cod tastes more or less the same. And then like crab and lobster, they're too much work, but if you give me like a crab cake or something, I'll eat it. It'll be pretty good. Clams, they're like, again, a little work. A little too expensive for the amount of meat that you get, but they're alright. I think this is back where we found the entrance to the hollows. So I guess I can just walk right back there if I want it. Might as well. And then, you know, we'll save when we're at Volgrim. Of course, the game auto-saves, so I don't even have to do that, but, my stupid brain says that I have to walk there before we freaking end the stream. Maybe even teleport to the Forest Corridor, because that's what we're going to do next. And we could explore a little before then, and it might even benefit us to do so, but I want to do the Forest Corridor at least. And then we'll probably explore. And then I don't know if we'll do the ice one just yet. Like, we could go to the Scar instead. But we'll see. That's like, I don't know, it's like 3 streams ahead, so I don't have to think about it right now. Oh, I went the wrong way, baby. I can't exit to a Volgrim from up here, though. I could use faster RAM, I guess, if I'm not getting a GPU. I was doing research on it, right, because I was very tempted. So what I found is they say by the end of next year, they think the market will stabilize again. Because the limiters will have been implemented in all the new hardware, like, people won't be buying them up, but, you know, all the people who actually want to use them for gaming are gonna buy them up, so I'm not sure if I buy it, but 2023, maybe. Maybe Christmas next year. 2023, maybe. But also, EVGA, they're a NVIDIA-owned manufacturer, so they only have NVIDIA cards, but, you know, you guys love NVIDIA cards. I don't, but you do. You can buy you can enter like a pre-registration to buy stuff as soon as stock's available on their website. So you can get it for market price. Like stuff that's being sold for $1,000 right now, you can get for like $350 for the newest card. So that's pretty good. And the registration's like very friendly too. You just like sign up and then they get an email and you have like 2 days to go buy your thing if you want it by then. And at $350, that's very affordable. That's more or less what I want to pay. Except I only had one NVIDIA card ever and I had a bad experience with it, so I'm sticking with AMD.
Great. This will be fun for both. As you wish. Please take your time.
Okay, Depths, the Scar, Limbo. Okay, so we are more or less done. Next time we're gonna do the Force Corridor. And probably do some exploration, because I imagine it'll only take an hour and a half or so. And we'll see what happens after that. See, I have 6 days in a row to work, so I should actually be back within a week this time. Instead of a little bit over, and hopefully I'll have my voice back. And how long do we spend exploring? Yeah, a little longer than I thought. Oh well. Yeah. I'll see you guys next time. Damn it.